6 more months till something.
Oh, Piggy Wiggy! Piggy Wiggy, Piggly Wiggly!
God, I cannot wait till that's fucking off the fucking list. I should start just fucking vetoing shit. Because some people just don't care. Some people just don't care. I'm just like, hey, this is annoying. No one likes this. Let me put this on. It's fucking ridiculous. Sorry for being so late. I'm doing IRL stuff. Okay, anyways. Yeah, I know, IRL stuff. Yep, IRL Jorkin, that's me. That's me. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and it's time for some octopuses, actually. The proper plural.
Eat my asshole!
Octopi is octopuses.
The habit of collecting books and letting them pile up, unread, while still cherishing the possibility of reading them one day.
What? Sundoku, Japanese. The habit of collecting books and letting them pile up unread while still cherishing the possibility of reading them one day. That's collections. That's just collecting shit. Or octopodes. Octopuses and octopodes, they're fine. Either one is fine. Either one is fine. Anyways, octopoo pussy. That's a great one. I still love that. Anyways, that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna do some octopus adventuring and camouflaging and stealthing and moving things to climb on them and moving things to get out of our way to traverse the levels and stuff. Sorry, my mind is currently elsewhere, but I will get focused on the game very soon. Damn it, Bane's joke of the day. Doug was playing poker. As the night went on, he noticed the mood at the table was getting tense, so he decided to lighten the atmosphere a bit. As the next round started and everyone put their anti-chips in, Doug reached into the snack tray and tossed a handful of potato chips in the pot. What the hell are you doing? One of his friends asked. I'm just making a joke, Doug replied. That wasn't funny, his friend grumbled. It wasn't supposed to be, Doug smiled. It was an anti-joke. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me. That took a long time to get to a bad joke. Holy moly. Damn it, Baines. What a treat. And then Zeke banned him, right? Right? No. Okay, hold on. Let's just settle this once and for all. What's the proper plural of octopus? The many plurals of octopus. This is according to Merriam-Webster, which is a dictionary company. The three plurals for octopus come from different ways the English language adopts plurals. Octopi is the oldest plural of octopus, coming from the belief that words of Latin origin should have Latin endings. Octopuses was the next plural, given the word in English ending. Oh, giving the word an English ending to match its adoption as an English word. Lastly, octopodes stem from the belief that because octopus is originally Greek, it should have a Greek ending. Okay. Oh, wow. So it's your choice. So if you want it to be in the original Latin, octopi. If you want it in English, like if you speak English, the most English way to pronounce it is octopuses. And if you want it with the Greek ending, octopodes. Okay. If you're interested in choosing the word that is most likely to be considered correct and understandable by your audience, you would do well to opt for either octopuses or octopi. Octopodes, it should be noted, takes a slightly different pronunciation than the other two words, placing the emphasis on the second syllable rather than the first. It more or less rhymes appropriately enough with "don't say that, please." Oh, octopodes. Oh, that's how it's supposed. Don't say that, please. Octopodes. Wow. Fuck it, dude. So octopi is acceptable, though. I thought octopi was commonly known as incorrect, but octopi is okay. It's actually fine. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, when I watch nature shows, they call them octopuses, which I thought was that, and I think I remember that because it's funny. Octopuses. So that's what I will call them from now on, is octopuses. But unfortunately, we don't have more than one in the game. We only have the one. Octopus. Jesus Christ, I couldn't think of it. I got so focused on the plural, I couldn't think of the singular of it. Sheesh. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to Kanata Izumi for the 63 months. Vincent gifting out 5 subs right at the beginning to Benny Bravado, Pingu Kitten, Arcanon, Balzera, and Micro Spider GFX. Chronicle with 94 months. Del Thorson with 69. The Lash with 300 bits. Shay Ronnie Mo with the raid. Thank you. And Karnak Jr. with 14 months.
Hail Berserkers!
Thank you all so much. Also, we're adding a new soundbite to the board from Supa Bappa. And we're going to get rid of this one.
Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
All right. Goodbye, dinosaur. In its place, we're going to put this, whatever this is. Okay, let's see. Going to erase that one. And in its place, we're going to put this one.
Your mother is a dirty, dirty whore.
Your mother is a dirty whore. Dirty whore. There we go. All right, A1. Mother is a dirty whore up on the board.
Your mother is a dirty, dirty whore.
Perfect. And that is from Supa Bappa Frequent Liza. Thank you so much, Supa Bappa. We got it on there. Let's save it. Save the profile. Give it a little save a couple times. There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, the half an hour break is already up. Already done. So let's fucking jump into the octopus game. Yeah? Don't forget, tomorrow is If Then and Indie Day. Sorry, I had a little belch there. So give me your indie game suggestions, and don't forget to come out tomorrow and give sub or resub to get your chance to pick a game for me to play later on this month. Okie dokie. Stryer gifting a sub to Octopussy Garden. Hell yeah, Octopussy Garden.
Hail Berserker.
All right, what is this game? Well, we're going to dive into the adventure with Darwin, an octopus as endearing as he is ingenious. Torn from the ocean and trapped in a vast and mysterious industrial complex, harness his unique talents and abilities to help him overcome the many dangers and traps in this captivating platformer and adventure game. This one came out yesterday, developed by ZDT Studio, published by Konami. It's $25, or you can play the demo, which I did, and it's a good demo. If you want to check out the demo, I'm not sponsored or anything. There's a couple people who are sponsored for this, but I'm not one of them. Well, that might not work. Well, it's connected, so we're good. All right. I'm not sponsored for this, but if you want, I'm just giving you the info. If you want to play the demo, you can. Also, I think I have it right there. Pretty sure. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Cool. Yep, Konami. Oh, they gotta do shaders, of course. I almost wish that were longer. Adjust the slider until you can distinguish the octopus and the 4 circles around it. There we go. Okay. That should be good. Create new profile. What are my settings? Graphics. There we go. Okay, whatever. Quality high. Custom, okay. Quality high. What do we got here? Shadow, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Should be fine. Audio, there we go. Let's master volume all the way up. Subtitles, vibration, help system, aim assist. Good. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let's go! Yeah, aim assist. There are the things you shoot. You shoot ink at some point. Konami used to be a name we hated, but now they're slowly clawing their way back into a good company. Yeah, I agree.
U-Food, makers of premium seafood recipes. Blue Bay's favorite presents Ocean Wonders. Hello, fellow humans. Today I'd like to tell you about a delicious sea creature, the octopus. Octopi belong to the cephalopod family.
Octopi! See, they said octopi in the game!
Shelled mollusks. These creatures are incredibly brave and shockingly intelligent. Even Charles Darwin couldn't figure out why they seem to rival humans in smarts. Each arm has its own nervous system, meaning octopuses can multitask like pros. With their suction cup tentacles, they cling to surfaces and solve complex puzzles. They're also camouflage experts, blending in so perfectly they'd make a shy wallflower jealous. When danger strikes, they shoot out ink to cover their escape. Octopi are amazing. Some even think they're aliens, but that's silly. There's no such thing as aliens. We at YouFood think the best thing about octopi is they taste great, which makes me excited to introduce YouFood's
He's doing
newest
the thing!
product. It's a creamy octo soup, and the secret ingredient is tentacles. Your entire family will say yum, yum, yummy. Tune in again to discover more ocean wonders.
Prince Ali, thank you for giving a sub to The Puss. And Stryer giving a sub to Octopussies. Octopussies. It's great. He said octopuses? I think that's on purpose. I think he's doing that on purpose to fuck with us. Staxor, thank you for gifting a sub to Debussy. Yes, this is gameplay. I'm playing. Yes, this is me. This is me dashing. I'm dashing. Into the unknown. Does this not look like it doesn't to me? It doesn't look like 4K. Okay, I think that's better. Yes, I played the demo. Yep. This was not in the demo. What do you call the octopi version of Street Smart? Ocean Savvy? Sea Savvy. There you go, Sea Savvy. Oh, I didn't even need a camouflage. I just nailed the... Well, might as well try it. There. Just to make sure it works. How sad were you when you found out this game wasn't about eating 8 pies? You know what? I thought about that joke, and I'm like, I wonder if Scott's gonna make that joke today about pie and me being fat. And I'm glad you didn't disappoint, buddy. No, no! Don't go up there. JP changing his diet has restored some of his hearing loss? Wow. How many times do you have to tickle an octopus to make it laugh? 10 tickles. Of course, it only has 8 of those, so the first 2 were testicles. I get it. That's a great one. Oh my God, you just had so much water. Ugh. Your mouth is so wet, buddy. Almost. And down we go. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, rats. Oh, they didn't even want me. Where's my... Oh, I don't have any abilities right now. Down in the dumps. Oh, did they eat my friend? Oh my God, they ate my friend, didn't they? The Blue Bay Daily. A new factory coming to town, but they aren't hiring. Does life on other planets exist? By Lois Kent. That one, the first story is by Wolf Blitz. Oh, shit. We can read the whole story? Great. All right, new factory coming to town, but they aren't hiring. In a good news, bad news situation, our town is opening its doors to YouFood, a modern state-of-the-art food company where, when describing what they do, YouFood CEO John Doe said, "We make simply yummy food for simple people." When asked what kinds of food YouFood will produce, CEO John Doe said, "It is very clear in our mission statement, we humans at YouFood will make all kinds of yummy, simple food for simple people like us." When we pressed for a little more information, CEO Doe said, "Don't worry, I promise our foods will make you happy. We will even donate donut-shaped food to the police." When asked about job opportunities at YouFood, CEO John Doe claimed, "Our operation is the latest in modern technology, therefore we are very automated." When we noted that we didn't really answer that didn't really answer our question, CEO Doe smiled. Finally, he answered, "Our goal is simply to make people more well-fed and comfortable. Working isn't comfortable. Therefore, we will use our super modern day, dare I say, out of this world technology to feed people, keeping you people comfortable and happy. Don't worry, we do not have any other plans. We will just produce food, yummy, yummy for your tummy." Despite the CEO's statement, we here at Blue Bay Daily believe if YouFoods really wanted to help the area, they would open up jobs for local people. We are urging city and government officials to investigate this, encourage YouFoods to change their hiring practices. Does life on other planets exist? By Lois Kent. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, mankind has always harbored an insatiable curiosity about the possibility of life on other planets or something. Lingered in the minds of scientists and laymen alike, sparking endless debates and inspiring grandiose imagination. But now, amid the space age, the strange lights in the sky some people have spotted, people are asking, are we alone? We asked some experts if life on other planets could exist. World-famous futurist and science fiction author Amos Isaac said, "Does intelligent life exist on other planets? Quite frankly, most of the time, I'm not sure intelligent life exists on this planet. In fact, I swear we are getting dumber. Therefore, even if there was intelligent life on other planets, they would certainly be smart enough to leave the planet alone. It would not be worth their time. It would be like us talking to ants. Look, for my next book, the robots are coming. Look for my next book, the robots are coming. World-known astronomer and astrophysicist Professor Dr. Ken Shogun said, there are literally billions and billions and billions of stars in the universe, which means there are even way more planets. Mathematically speaking, there is certainly life on other planets. Is it intelligent? Who knows? Okay. Oh, so I probably have to push that box further along. Yo, White Java, 78 months, thank you. Fucking Scott. Okay, so I can't do anything. They took away all of my octopi abilities, octopus's abilities. I can't grab, I can't ink, I can't camouflage, nothing. Dude, there is like fucking motion blur on. It's fucking with me. Is it, would it be, because there's no motion blur setting, is it post-processing or? Post-processing, okay. Yeah, it makes the background gets blurry as you walk. And when you, like, it goes back in focus when you stop. Like, look at the background. And then I stop. Or look, okay, look at the corrugated thing, metal behind me. See, it's blurry when I'm moving. And then when I stop, it comes back into focus. It's so weird. Yeah, oh no, I'm dropping frames. I'm dropping frames. Weird, I am dropping frames. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's happening. I dropped all the way down to 4K kilobytes here, yes. No, it's not my PC. I swear to God, it's not my PC. It's something like it's like my connection. There we go. Weird. Yeah, it's going up and down. Okay, there we go. Now it's back in the green. Yeah, it was weirdly fluctuating, like high, like really big dips, and now it's fine. Wow, weird. Okay. It should be. I should be back now. Should be no dropping frames now. Let me know though if I start dropping frames again. Let me know. I didn't mean to do that. What kind of game is this? It's a 2D puzzle platformer action, or a 2D puzzle platformer adventure. I think would be a good description for it. Okay. Coming soon, homes of the future today. If you lived here, you'd be happy and home. Don't waste time. Apply now, get 3.3% off and change for a nifty free toaster. Okay, so that was optional. Why did the octopus cross the reef? To get to the other tide. Yeah, that's a great one. It seems like they also bundled stuff like film grain to affect quality, but no idea what else is. Yeah, I just hate that the background blurs. I don't think it's. I wish there was a way to shut that off. Yeah, everything's on high. Like, there's no blur settings or anything like that. Oh, maybe enable DLSS. Oh, there we go. Okay. Quality. It's a little better. Well, no, it's not. Oh, I should go. Shit, I should go. Oh shit, you fucked up now. 'Cause I'm radioactive, radioactive. Okay, so I'm only radioactive for a certain amount of time? Okay, so I gotta be... Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, see, the radioactive juice, like, slops off after a while. Okay. Well, see, the problem with this game is, like, I don't know which way is the right way to go, so I can't go the opposite to check for, like, collectibles and stuff. So, like, I just gotta make a shitty guess and, like, go, oh, is that the right way, or is this the... Or is this the way to find shit? Just curious. Okay. Yo, Dan S. Gaming. What up, Daniel Sebastian Gaming? Thank you for the raid, brother. I do appreciate you. Come on in. We're playing the game you were playing earlier. And we found out, in case you were wondering, we found out that the plural of octopus All three ways you're thinking of saying it are acceptable. Octopus, octopuses, octopi, and octopodes. It's actually octopodes. We looked it up at Merriam-Webster's dictionary. But either way, Igma says,
Oh, that's too big.
it's too big. Octopussies, not so much. Not so much. Oh, by the way, Dan, I don't know if anybody sent you the clip of me finding you in Quarantine Zone. But it was fun. Hold on, let me soak myself a little bit longer. There we go. We smashed your nuts so many times. He's probably not here. He usually doesn't stick around with the raid. But in case you're wondering, yes, we absolutely smashed Dan in the nuts so many times. What's the help? Oh, quick before the glow fades. Right, I know. Thank you. I was exploring, guys. Can a guy explore? Okay, hold on. What is that? Do I look through this? Okay, no. Nope. Dan also executed himself because there's going to be only one Dan. I did the same thing, dude. Dan actually came back negative for the zombification, but I had to be sure, so I burned him. And I burned him good. Yeah, he might not have had the T virus, but he definitely had the D virus. Vincent giving a sub to Super Octopus. Thank you so much. Also, Sephiroth, I missed your 116 tier 3 resub. Shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep, they got me. I gotta get up there before my my juice wears off. All right, bathe, get juicy. No, 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 no. God damn it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Ah, fuck you. Man, is that enough time? Okay. Oh, I can, haha, duh. Duh. Oh yeah, don't help me unless I ask, please. The fun of this game is figuring out the puzzles, so if you let me do that, I appreciate it. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Super Chicken. Let's see. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, I need to find a way to make that flow, and something is blocking it. Yep, okay. Hold on, bro. Yep, you're over top of that. There we go. That's what we needed. Oh, no. Okay. I gotta do this first. Ah, clever. All right. Bloop. There. And now go. Okay, juice yourself up. And then move that. Okay, now go. There. Num 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 num. Oh, that's fine. We're fine. Everything's cool. Hey, we're back in the ocean. Hooray! Oh, I'm remembering the lessons. Okay. That's how I get my power-ups. I remember the lessons from my red friend. This stream is so toxic. I can dash again. Look at that. Oh, yay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh. Down in the water. Oh my God. Took me a second to realize what was going on, but that's just a skeleton. Oh, I gotta, okay, and then swim down, then, okay, you gotta race it. Okay. I like this background music. It really suits the game. Let me get all... Do you like it when I make it juicy for you? I'll make it juicy for you. No, don't wash it off, damn it. Okay. Okay, so I need... Okay. Need to make a platform. Maybe? Or not? Okay, maybe that's just there. Aha. Oh, yep. Nope. Get on the thing. There you go. What? Dude, what are you doing? There. Oh, that's what's happening. You're too gooey, you can't stick. Okay, so that's what those are for. Slime equals no climb. Oh, there's a water. Right, water. And it certainly looks like I can fit through there. Oh, you go. You can swim. Right, you can swim. Do you know octopuses can swim? Nope, don't do that. Okay. So don't go in there. There's rats. They'll eat me. Oh, swim again, swim again. When in doubt, swim it out. Ah, God. No, stop it. Just get on top of the thing. Thank you. Good Lord. No, the controls aren't bad. It's just the jumping is a little floaty. Oh, okay. Okay. I get it now. Oh my God, you seriously missed that jump, you fucking octopus? Thank you, Wandering Nine Finger with big 8 months. There we go. Down. Would you stop that? Okay, so the glow wears off, but the non-sticky. Oh, I can't. Oh. Can't even grab barrels when I'm radioactive. More like octo-wuss. Am I right? I'm guessing I probably have to make it across there without getting douched. Z, can you swim? Yes. But I have a better question. Can you fly, Bobby? Oh, okay. I gotta not get douched later. Fly, yes. Land, no. No, God fucking damn it. Fucking shorted the barrel. Oh, stop it. You're not even on a fucking wall. You big crybaby. Okay, now stop and wait. There, now go. Perfect. No, Scotta hated it. You said you saw Hail Mary. Was it at the Alamo? How is the new phone ordering thing? Distracting? They're going on strike because of it. It's fucking horrible. It really ruins the experience. Because in the middle, if you want to order like a beer in the middle of the show, you have to like whip out your phone. If you don't have it like pulled up already, you have to like take a picture or of the QR code, put your camera on the QR code. In the middle of a fucking movie. It's so stupid. It's such a bad idea. I really hope they revert because I really wanted to complain. If I thought my complaints would go anywhere, I would complain. It's terrible. They did it so they could fire the wait staff. The way they did it, yeah, hopefully the strike moves the needle. I really hope so. Because it almost ruined otherwise great experience. And they stopped serving food on certain, or like the entire menu on certain days. I was like, hey, can I get a pizza? I don't see it on the menu. They're like, oh, we don't serve it on blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? The reason I come to the Alamo is for the quiet service, the food, comfortable chairs, and the fact that no one bothers you. It's terrible, terrible. Whatever they did was just I hope they revert because that is just a bad idea. And it makes me not want to go back. And it was I loved going to the movies, man. Oh, and Sony bought it, huh? Okay, yeah. That's definitely what happened. Definitely what happened. No question. Okay, good. There's a bath. Well, it almost went bankrupt before that. That doesn't surprise me. Movies are streaming is killing movies. The movie theater, excuse me. Streaming is killing the movie theater, which sucks. I love the movie theater. And COVID didn't help. Yeah, COVID didn't help either. No, and that's the thing. Like, I stopped going to movies until the Alamo, until we had a cool place to go that was like an experience, and you got dinner and a movie. And they show old movies there too. They show like, you know, movies from the 70s and 80s and that kind of shit. Like, it's not just like new movies. Like, I would go there and watch, like, I went there and watched Transformers and Godfather and shit. Like, I love it. I just wish it wasn't so outmoded. Okay. We made it! Can't do movies anymore. I always have to bring earplugs. Oh, really? They're too loud for you? Yeah. Hi, Bubs. How you doing, Bubba? You all right? That looks like a no-go area. Hey, there we go. Checkpoint. I think I want to go into U-Food, but let's see what's this way first. This is the way I came from, isn't it? That's saying turn back, this way is death. Don't go this way. No octopi. I'm wondering if there's a way you can avoid that. Like you can bait it out and not get smushed. I bet that might be an achievement, actually. You know what? I'm gonna check right now. Yep, find the piano. Totally was an achievement. Okay. Oh my God, you can see the fucking piano in the reflection. I think. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Oh, it follows you. It tracks you. Okay. One of the octopus's natural predators, the piano. Things are heating up. He's heating up. So just out of curiosity. Okay, it does hurt. And it makes you a squeaky toy for some reason. Ah, shit! Is there a glass table nearby? Oh, you're hilarious. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, okay. Please just stay on the thing. Oh, squeak. Well, that's obviously not right. No, that's where I came from. There we go. And this one doesn't get hot, I don't think. Nope. All right, I gotta shut that one off somehow. No! Ouch! Yeah, no! Get off! You're too sticky. I'm really strong, and I'm sticky. Dude. Oh my God. The stickiness is really a hindrance. Oh, Luger, it just got replaced today. I'm so sorry. Oh, suck me up. There we go. Suck me up, Buttercup. Holy shit. Dealer's choice then? All right. Well, this is the one I got replaced with.
Your mother is a dirty, dirty whore.
There you go. Your mother is a dirty, dirty whore. Oh, cinematic. And boom! Oh. Oh, gotta jump over the pipe. There we go. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, ouch. Oh, please don't do this. Don't do it. There we go. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was a thing I could jump on or not. Oh, that little knobby? Okay. Oh my god! Oh, sure, it's clearly a suggestion here. No one's supposed to be jumping in these pipes where they're on. There we go. Ah, God. Oh, you fuck. I had one chance at it and I fucking blew it. Jesus, just get over there. Shut it off. No! Can't ride a bucket. No! I rode it all the way around! Oh, no, that's where I was supposed to be. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, and there's a slingshot. Aha, okay. Oh, exit. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, if Abe was more mobile and could stick to walls and stuff, this is very, like, very much Oddworld vibes, for sure. I get it. You dick. I chose the wrong side. Gotta choose the middle. Stay in the middle. Well, that's death. Good to know. Should have jumped over to the other gear. Sticky! I'm so sticky! No, I don't need help. What I need to be is less sticky sometimes, but more sticky other times. The game should know. The story of my life. Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Oh my God. Get on. Oh my fucking God. In the jumping. There. I think that I need to shut off that switch. Can do. Or there you go. Well, all right. Yo!
Hey Zeke, how have you been, man?
I've been good, Zeitgeist. Thank you for the 151 months, baby. Appreciate you. Good to see you again. Oh no. Doot 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 doot. Now we're surf rocking. Boom, bing, boom, boom. Oh, now this is where the demo is. This is where the demo started. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Octopus Abe's Exodus, for sure. Except you're not leading Mudokons out. You're just trying to get out yourself. Follow me. Stay. And no smash tables yet, because that's what I do. I smash things. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm super fucked. Yep. Should have waited inside that other pipe. What the fuck did they expect me to do there? They don't give me enough time, not near enough time. I guess they do. Come on now. Get on. Oh my God, I'm so stinky.
Zika.
That'll work. And away we go. Yo, KevBot, another 151 monther. God damn, dude. A lot of oldies coming in today. Wow, 5 more months and you'll have 13 years? Fucking what? Holy shit. It is nuts, dude. Nuts. Okay, perfect time. We're gonna take a short break, and we gotta take the dogs out, so I will be right back, so stick around. Just gonna take the dogs out for a pee. Pretty sure I have BRBs for this, yes? I do indeed. They're awesome. They're just awesome. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Glass tables are a hazard. Okay, fine. You want to watch it? Let's watch it together, huh? Shall we? Let's do that. This is what happens when Z gets frustrated.
One more square! Can you go one more?
And Zeke, and it goes to, I just love that it goes to the rave scene.
C8 Captain C8
It
Captain
fell on my
C8.
keyboard and it goes to the rave scene. That was all glass right there. Yep. So, and you got some Lay's potato chips to an Xbox controller. Tore right through it, huh? That Xbox right controller.
I have a sub. What?
Okay.
What?
That's pretty great. Pretty great. Yep. Okay, where were we? So was it instant regret? Were you still mad? I don't know. It wasn't that big of a regret. It was an Amazon table, so it was like super cheap. It was like when I first moved in to this new house and I just needed something to put my computer on. I didn't have a table, so I was like, okay, let me just get the cheapest thing I can find and we'll figure it out later. And I got an Amazon table for like, I think it was less than $100. It was like 70, 80 bucks, something like that. And it just fucking broke. Just snapped. Just. Did you shoot your TV with an airsoft pellet? Yes, Vile, I did. You know I did. Why are you asking me? Why don't you just say, you shot your TV with an airsoft pellet, you loser? Haha. Don't ask me when you already know the fucking answer. Okay. Oh, they can throw shit, can they? It makes me wonder if there's something actually over there or not. Like, it feels like you can do it. It's slow. It would be slow going, but it feels like you might be able to do it. I think this is the way you're supposed to go, right? Okay, maybe not. Maybe you can't go that way. Does anyone know? I know this is a brand new fucking game. No, my ink doesn't work. I don't have the ink yet. All I have is camouflage and stickiness so far. Feels like I can go an inch, and then I have the camouflage up super fast. I have to wait for them to leave, because if they turn on me, they get me super fast. Yeah, see, they get me way too fast. No, the camo works if they spot you, though. The camo doesn't work. You can't turn it on. If you get in their eye line, you cannot do it. Yeah, see, if the light turns red, that means they spotted you. No camo. Camo won't save you. That's what I'm wondering, if there's a way to do this, or I'm just fooling myself into thinking you can. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is a later thing. Like, you move the truck later. Yeah, you probably do. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna go right. This seems either not right or super frustrating to get if there's a collectible over there. Hi, Bubs. You have some food and some water? Yeah, you did, huh? Yeah, you did. Oh! Fucking truck. Fucking. Oh my god, the fucking truck just fucking moves if you go like 10 feet to the right. The fucking truck moves. No problemo. And then we gotta... Had to see what happens. You had to see the death scene. Oh, you bitch. Whew. There's that Metal Gear reference. Oh, right there. There's the yellow box right there. Okay. I remember this from the demo. Come on now, come on now, come on. There you go. And you gotta run. There you go. Oh. Whoa! Camo up. Nope. Let's go. Strange lights seen in the sky. Many people have reported seeing strange lights in the sky. Other people are reporting missing people. Local officials declare there are no strange lights in the sky, and if there were, they'd be totally harmless. Lights in the sky are pretty. Think of them as quiet fireworks. When asked about the missing people, the same unnamed officials responded, "What? We don't see any missing people around here." When pressed for more information about missing people, the official stated, "Maybe they went on vacation. People in this town work hard. They need vacations." Something was blah 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 was a relationship between the strange lights in the sky and missing people. The officials just laughed. When asked why they were laughing, one of the officials said, "Because you people are so silly. Even if these strange lights did exist, there's no way they would have anything to do with missing people. You people read way too many comic books." Another official, a strange-looking chap named John H. Mann, added, "Perhaps you people are seeing things due to the lack of proper nutrition. I suggest you eat more U-Foods delicious new products." Pentagon gives update on Lights in the Sky by Clark Peters. Oh wait, who's the other one by? Bob Banner. Pentagon spokesperson 5-star General Brad Boomer issued a statement in response to some people claiming to see strange lights in the sky. Boomer was dismissive of the lights in the sky. His direct quote was, "Well, I refuse to confirm or deny the presence of strange lights in the sky. We understand that some untrained civilian eyes have claimed to notice strange lights in the sky. We here at the Pentagon take the security of our country very seriously. We take all threats to the country and the world very seriously. That said, we don't believe strange lights in the sky that may or may not exist pose a serious threat to security. In fact, let me be clear. They pose no threat to national security. Lights are lights, and they are pretty. People should enjoy the lights. Trust me, if these so-called lights in the sky were anything at all to worry about, we here at the Pentagon would be worried. We only worry about true threats to security of our country and our world, which these lights aren't." The general paused, took a sip of water, and then added, "On a brighter note, I would really like to thank the good people of U-Foods who have agreed to supply our officers and troops with their finest, yummy, but simple food for a nicely discounted price. The people of U-Food are truly great patriots." I like that. I like that thought went into that. Those articles, and, you know, they made an effort to make them funny. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that guy gonna stomp me? Fuck. Oh God, oh please, no, 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 no. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. We did it! We made it to the safety of the street. Why is there a frog trying to cross the road? I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Truth Eris, thank you for gifting a sub to Anubis169. Thank you very much, Truth Eris. V6000, what the hell is Forger? Forger is a classic game? Oh God. Oh God. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Fucking did it. Yeah. Let's go, Forger. No. Oh no, I'm Oh, look at, oh, it even shows you the secrets you missed. You got that one, you got that one. You missed one here. Missed one there. Missed one there. Okay. Oh, good. Okay, so I got the hide and seek secret. So I don't have to worry about if I miss something. That's nice. That's nice. Code didn't miss any. Code didn't play this. Code doesn't play fucking games like this. Are you kidding me? Actually, you know, he might. I mean, they sponsor Dan, so I'm guessing they probably have enough money to sponsor Co. Co actually voices the octopus in this game. Okay, so probably faster to just die and restart. Okay. Don't do that! Grab the pipe, you stupid octopus! Ah, rats. There are rats, Dad. Big ones. RUSs? I don't even think they exist. He hates them. Scared to death of them. Funk. You know what would be a cool idea for a video game? If you could take a rat and put it in your hand, and then it would like have a human voice, but then you would like shake it and it would go like I think that would be a hilarious game. Dang, this stinks and stings. Okay, so with a title card, it makes me think that that's the right way. And there's nothing over there. Good, cool. Did you catch it that time? Did you ever play with the Joe Cartoon Flash games back in the day? Back in the day, ergo Superfly? Maybe. Sounds kind of familiar. Oh, there's a bomb. Look at that. Yeah, you gain a lot of movement speed underwater, which is very nice. Down there. I'm a fan of man. Really? Is there nothing? Maybe I come back this way? They made a little, like, area here with nothing in it. And that's very suspicious to me. Well, there's that. Oh, I gotta get, okay. Do you fuck with seafood, or did being landlocked not expose to you? Like, no, I started fucking with seafood later, but I still don't care for most of it. Like, I can do sushi, but I don't like crab or lobster, or there's a lot of seafood that smells like the ocean. I can't do it. But most sushi is okay with me. No, it's the ocean version of like saying something's gamey. Like if it smells too much like the ocean, it's like having a gamey piece of meat, like venison or something, or like antelope, something you can eat, but there has that weird flavor to it. If it smells like the ocean, it's gone bad. Nah, that's not, like, it's a different, it's hard to describe. No, get your fucking ass down here. There we go. Okay, you can. Oh, I was gonna say you can still make it, but you can't. Or do they checkpoint me there? I think they might have checkpointed me there. They did. Haha. It's like the strong seafood taste you get from sea urchin or lobster or stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Shin. That's cheating. Restart now. How about you restart your mouth there, mad downage, with a 2-minute timeout for you. Oops, whoops, I got Anubis. Oh shit, sorry. Sorry, that was friendly fire. Sorry, Anubis. Sorry about that. Damn it. That fire, it's too big. It's too big. My firing range was too big. Whoa, okay. Okay, I thought there was a big yellow vent there, so. What's my impression of the game so far? I played the demo and I really liked it. That's why I'm playing it today, and it's good. It's fun. It's Abe's. It's like it's a little bit of Oddworld, a little bit of Limbo, a little bit of Inside. Those 2D hide behind the shadows, move a box games. Well, I didn't see those spikes. Little nightmares, there you go. Yeah. That type of shit. Wait a minute, how far back did they put me? Oh, I gotta do the fans again, you cunts. Coffee Cup, thank you for the 19. Am I free from the prison? Yes, Mad. You are. Grab it. Thank you. Oh, I can't go in that pipe. Okay. Okay. I think that's probably a bonus extra area, I would hope. Aha, there we go. Eastern Union to General Pat Patton, urgent. We fear many of our bases may have been compromised by an outside threat. This threat, which may or may not be alien, must be stopped. Do not trust anyone. Hold on. There's something happening. Never mind, I was wrong. Ignore previous message. Nothing happening here. Everything is A-okay. I have not been compromised by aliens. XYZ for you foods makes the best food. Go eat their food. Zeke, purely hypothetical, if we were stranded in Walmart after hours, would you let me smash in the name of survival? There is no world where smashing would make you live. I can't think of a possible scenario where having sex with me would save your life. You are bleeding out holes. Why don't you just ask, if having sex with me would save my life, would you do it? And I would answer absolutely. But no kissing. On the mouth. On the mouth, I should say. On the mouth. Well, you're probably wondering how I got in this situation. Oh, this is where he teaches me how to ink. I can ink you now. I just read the rules and Zeke tells me to send in my nudes. Do I have to? Can I just sub the channel? Yes. You can do either. Honestly. Or both. It's gotta be both, actually. If you want to get into my good graces, you gotta do the sub and the nudes. They can be tasteful nudes. Whatever that fucking means. I've heard that phrase before, like, they're tasteful nudes. Like, fuck you mean tasteful nudes? Does that just mean no nipples and no bush? And no beehole? No nips and no holes? Or nips are nips allowed in tasteful nudes? Of course they are. Of course nipples are allowed. What do you mean, of course? I think a tasteful nude would be like the statue of David would be a tasteful nude, and you can fully see his pee-pee and his bush. Tasteful is subjective. But that's art? Held an house builder. You know what's art? A lady who can stick a bowling pin up her ass. That is fucking art. And I think that is tasteful. As a bowler, please don't put bowling pins in your butt. You're not the king of bowling. You can't tell me what to do or what not to do with a bowling ball or bowling pins. Are we gonna get a fucking link or what? I'm sorry, Scott. It was all in the name of jokes. Nothing of what I said is real. Actually, never mind. Strike that. I bet you could find it. I'm just not going to find it for you. I'm not going to do your pervy work for you. Okay.
You're a cunt.
The link is a lie.
The link is a lie. Thank you, Helden House Builder. Hey, there's the collectible. I knew there would, or I figured there'd be one around here. Handy human phrases. You smell funny. Eat, eat. Get out. Drooling is good for you. Of course you can trust us. Now eat this. Uh-huh, okay. Fun, all right. Well, fuck me. Oh, this guy just stays there and blocks your path. Okay. Okay. So that's death. I already got the collectible, so I'm not really worried about it. More rats! Oh, so that's what we're up against. No, go to the other side of the box, you dipshit. Oh, God damn it. All right, fine. Oh, there we go. Okay. Meow. 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 The chief is watching you. Zero days since last accident. That's no good. Oh, get out of here. You didn't see me. Shut up. Ow! Threw a fucking wrench at me. Oh, there's an achievement for shooting all the cans off the shelf? Okay. Progress is good. Find 5 discoveries. Oh. Oh, the big shelf. Hell, it's the big shelf. Oh, damn it. Oh, man. God damn it. Why does it auto aims? Oh, because auto aim is on. Right, there's an auto aim. There we go. It's like a 13-year-old discovering porn. Saved. And there it is. Shoot all the cans from the shelves. Oh man, it does not like to go back up to the fucking thing on there. Fucking auto aim. have something really embarrassing to share. My new girlfriend has the same name as my mom. It's so awkward. I can say her name during sex. I can't. Oh, I can't say her name during sex because it puts my mom in a bad mood. Nice. Okay, so I need to shoot the last one so he goes further. But he sees me. See, he fucking sees me. I don't even know, like... Do I get out that door? I don't even know where to go. Oh, the grate is open. Okay, I see now. Because it closes the gate and the grate. The gate and the grate. Yo. That's great thinking. Oh, that's instant death, huh? Okay. Not just pain, instant death. Gotcha. Well, okay. Oh, do a barrel roll, guys. Hey, I found the barrel roll. It's fine. They just had me save. It's almost the shining carpet. Not quite, but almost. Happy Good Friday. Oh, thank you, Anubis. I don't celebrate, but happy Good Friday to you. Not quite Jesus Zombie Day yet. Good Friday, it's the day before Easter. Or the Friday before Easter. Did I say day before? Friday before Easter. Oh, don't sit down. Don't sit down on this chair. What, every other Friday is bad? No, not automatically. Every other Friday ranges from bad to midland. But there's only one good Friday. Fair to middling, I should say. Yeah, I suppose I should have probably seen that one coming. Oh, motherfucker! No! Wow! My hitbox is a little wider than I thought. Okay. Every Friday watching you on stream play games is Good Friday. Oh, sorry, Zeke. I was thinking of someone else. Don't mind me. Yeah, I know. Nope, don't do that. I will ink that door in just a minute. Oh, he comes out and he opens the door for me. Okay. Oh, so that's nothing. Okay. Big green light in the game and does nothing, huh? Guess not. Okay. It does glow a nice shade of green, though. You're not wrong. Yep. You can't see shit. Fuck you. Ow! Okay, good. This fucking guy. We hates it. We hates it. No! Shitter's full. Damn it! I gotta find out why that one toilet is pink. Come on, there's gotta be a reason why that fucking toilet is pink. Yeah, the room behind it's pink too. I can't even stick to the ceiling in here, huh? Oh god, they have robots and fucking in wigs. This motherfucker right here. Had to very quickly mute Zeke. No, Maury. Let me talk to your mom. Let me tell her something. Oh, wait, no, no, not all the way back. God, isn't it break time? Go on break, you fucking assholes! Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta sit here for office small talk? Don't you do it, you fucker. Don't you do it. Oh, thank Christ. Well, I'm dead. God damn it! Okay, so that's all the higher it goes. No, 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 no! Jesus Christ. There's no door there. How the fuck? Nope. Oh, you haven't reached the point to get that collectible yet. Okay, so that is for later. I hate it when they do that. Because you really feel like you're gonna... Like, you should be able to get it now if you can see it. Oh, they're having a meeting? Oh, okay. World Invasion Master Plan, Step 0, Growing Green Matter. World Invasion Master Plan, Step 1, Mind Control. Oh, that's why they want us to eat you foods. Not used, input, helps input, processing, output. How humans eat. Well, Johnny was here. All right, Louch, have a good night. Have a good sleep. Okay. Dude, would you fucking get over on the other side of this? Thank you. There we go. Moving on out. Wow, that's a good employee. Fuck you go back upstairs for? Yeah, okay. On top of the U-Food building. Oh my god, the camera didn't move fast enough. I didn't see the hazard. Fuck you. That is one big pile of shit. Well, I made it. I hit the thing that I was looking for. Vincent giving a sub to the Sour Kool-Aid Show. Man, I'm just gonna be covered in bird shit. Oh, right here. Was it though? Because I can't make that jump. I shit me not. There you go, buddy. Oh, I lived that time. Okay, game. You got it. What's it gonna look like tomorrow? Oh, we're already there, Vincent. We did the if then late last week, so we're already above. Well, I for sure thought a box was going to pop out there. But I was mistaken. Oh, that's a new one. Nice. Grab the fucking wall, you're sticky! You're supposed to be sticky, why aren't you grabbing the wall, you sticky fuck? Oh, okay, well, checkpoint anyways. Well, no, 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 oh fuck. You know what? It'd be easier just to die. There you go. Dum, 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 bum, bum. Now wait just a goddamn minute. Oh, okay. I do love a sticky fuck. Stupid generous checkpoints. I'm glad they're generous with the checkpoints, honestly. Especially for a first run through. It would be cool though if they had like a like no checkpoint hard mode or something. Nope. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. Especially for a streamer with skill issue. Shut up. Shut up. Well, no going in there either. That is death. And I can't stick on the sides of that. What's being dropped in the box that squishes you? Cans of meat or fish-o. If they're cans of fish-o. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, ha. And then there's that asshole. Oh, I gotta be in a box like Metal Gear. Cause I'm living in a box. Living in a cardboard box. And there I go. Oh guys, I found my home. Well, I'm dead. Oh, shit. Look at that. Easy every time. gooey good, green goop. Remember, yum yum makes them dum dum. Fisho has what plants crave. 1/3 green goo, 1/3 fish parts, 1/3 green slush, and 1/3 banana peels to salt to taste. That's too many thirds. Out of the pot, into the fire. Ooh. I'm just a can. I'm just a can of food. No, I'm just a can. Oh, that's supposed to happen. Okay. Very Danny Elfman type of music. I couldn't move. We go. I just had to press all the buttons and then I figured it out. No. Stay down. God damn it, no! Fuck, that was... okay, down and up. Shut up a bit. I gotta do this all over again. Fuck. Alright, do it again. Man, that auto aim is super sticky. Safety first, wear your goggles. Nope, okay. Whoa. What was that salt? Oh, salt and pepper. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking dicks. Okay, yo, JLC gifting a sub to Octopus Prime and Octopus Tentacle Dildo and Vincent with another gifted sub to Kitsunavania. Hell yeah.
Hail Berserkers! Hail Octopodes!
Well, I missed it. Missed the gap. Funk. Schreier with a gifted sub to Octo Cunt. Hey, save some of these for tomorrow, guys. You want to get a game choice, right? How the fuck did I miss that jump? God damn it. Pete's like, no, you don't. Are you gonna win the thing tomorrow, Pete? Nope. Mother of crap tits. These fucking crap tits. Nope, I did it again, same thing. So you just gotta wait for that one to go down further, and then jump. There we go. Oh, whatever this is isn't good. Fuck me. Give Pete a piggy, otherwise anime if it's gone. Nope. Oh, God. I'd rather hear Buddhaberry 20 times than hear Piggy Wiggy again. But...
Ooh, Piggy Wiggy! Piggy Wiggy, Piggly Wiggly!
Fucking Jesus. Down, 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 down. Or no, God damn it, what's happening? No, 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 no. No. No, no, fuck me. Oh God, there's a thing right there. No, would you? Jesus, this sucks. Sticky, shitty green bullshit. I just gotta realize, like, I don't stick to anything. Fuck. Why? Oh my God, why are you jumping so far back? Stay on. Oh my God, just jump straight up in the fucking air! Oh. Oh, I can't move. Oh. I'm now baked into the pie. I'm now an actual octopi. Do you like that one, Blossoming Grass? I feel you breathing on my elbow every time you come in, buddy.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god.
I'm a dog.
How can you kill
How
a
can
god?
you kill a dog?
Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
I'm a dog. How can you kill a
Oizika.
dog? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. Are you a dog? Yeah, I'm a dog. Can you kill a dog? I would. Really? How come? Because our ghost come back kill you. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good job. Ho, 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 hot, 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 hot. Oh, fucking hot. It's so hot. It's so hot. Say what now? Oh, I'm a balloon now. I'm a pinball balloon. That's great. Okay. So you got to get up there before your fucking air runs out. Okay. I didn't even touch the fucking side. What are you doing? Thanks, Guidebot. Spreading the love. I appreciate you. Thank you for the generous tip. No, by the way, fuck. Turns are tight. I wasn't even close. There's that one hit that looks like I'm not even touching the pipe. Most of the hits, I'm like, yeah, that I hit that. That one doesn't look right. I didn't realize you could push up to go faster. And away we go, get in the bottom of things. Sure, why not? Run, little octopi, run! Oh, he got me now. Okay. So he can get me now. That's fun. Well, that's a miss. That's a clear miss. The fucking bottom dropped out. Oh, God damn it. Jump to the right. Can you not jump to the right? I guess I gotta get around. Didn't wait long enough, huh? Okay. Okay, so I can afford to wait a little bit. Jesus. Timing is pretty tight on that. Grabbed on the other one! Why did you grab on the other one? I didn't say grab on the other one! Well, I'm fucked. That fucking bird shows up at different intervals. It's not like a rhythmic thing. Oh, he didn't see me if I'm on the other side of the box? No! That wasn't even close, bud. That wasn't even close, bud! Okay, maybe not. And here I thought I had something figured out. This part fucking sucks. Having such a sticky fucking character is a double-edged sword. Fuck, I missed my fucking jump. Good Lord, let me make it. Oh, thank you. That part was rough, dude. Not an easy little platforming section. Well, let's see. That's fire. Fire bad. This is a pretty little scene though, isn't it? All the water and the fire on top of it. Hey, there's a thing. Logbook of Captain Dry, SS Unsinkable. Tuesday, 12th May, 1953. I've been at sea a long time and seen a lot of weird stuff, but those U-food folks shiver my timbers and give me the creeps. I don't know where they are, where they're from, but they sure ain't from around here. When I asked them why they seem so different, they said, we are from France. Everything is different in France. Here, try some of our food. Friday, June 5th, my radio man Marco picked up the strangest Morse code message, which translates to yum yum, make them dum dum. I'm not suspicious of you food no more because their food is yum yum yummy in my tum tum tummy. Is that what it really translates to? I'm curious. Oh, okay. You can change costumes? Oh, in the extras? Oh, skins. Oh, sneaky snake. Let's try being sneaky snake for a second. Not that you can see it real good right now. Peacock with the 75. Thank you, Peacock. Do you think if he dies, there's a voice that'll go, puss? Puss? Puss! Do you know what a female peacock is called? I bet someone knows. No, guys, it's a peak hunt. There you go. Yeti Elder's got it. It's a peak hunt. Okay, that's all fire up there. Is the stream frozen or is he just disappointed? Well, if it's frozen, you're not going to hear this, but no, I don't think it's frozen on my end. I was having trouble with FPS earlier, but not lately. Fuck me. I don't even know where the fuck to go. Yes, help me. Perhaps a way out can be found in the depths. Okay, so it is down here. Somewhere. Here, there's a save. Okay. Oh, well, fuck me. Oh, it is yum yum, make them dum dum, huh? Okay. Wait, is the stream frozen for people? Well, it looks good on me. It looks good on my end. Okay. No, I usually wouldn't. It would be only one person, but Saku said they were frozen, and I know they wouldn't lie. You pea cunt. You are a pea cunt.
Octopi have 9 brains and 3 hearts. Pretty cool.
That's a metal snake solid right there, baby. Thank you, Thorlar, for the amazing fact and the 86 months. Well, I'm dead. Nope. He's just blind. Oh, fucking asshole. stopped right inside a fucking doorway, huh? I forgot the basics of CQC, or close quarters combat. Okay. Okay. No, I bet there's a lot of people who stop right in the middle of a doorway. I was just at Disney World not too long ago, and people just stop in the middle of walkways. Because they're fucking inconsiderate shits. You're pretty good. Oh, there. Oh, it's back there. Holy shit. Didn't even notice it. Why did I come back here? Is there a new vent open? Oh, that door. Ha. Big red button. Seven, nonplussed, line with 3 dots. Remember to fit in with the silly humans. We must fit into our human suits. The trucker, a great fit for driving large primitive vehicles with a to honk horn. Working the line. Nothing beats a white outfit when you are doing dirty work. It shows you are working. The fireman. Everyone loves firemen. They rush into burning buildings. What's not to love? The chef. Humans will think you're important because you have a big hat and you're clean. The seagoer. Keeps you looking cool and dry on land or sea. The explorer. The light on the hat is handy for digging holes or reading at night. The army man. Want to look macho and tough? This is a suit for you. Death ray not included. Luckily, there are many styles to match your mood. Okay, so that's bad. Okay. So you just have to match the symbols. What up, Karangor? How you doing? In colleges, students gather in places that are inconvenient to pass because they're inconsiderate. That's been my life for 9 years. Man, Japan is so nice when it comes to that. Everybody gets out of everybody's way, and it's such a breath of fresh air when people are like, excuse me, you know, like they're, you know, they don't stand in the middle of the walkways. They don't bump each other. Oh, God! Oh, fuck. Now we're doing some Meat Boy, huh? Okay. Those fucking plants. Those fucking plants give me away. Okay. I was watching an IRL streamer in Japan. He was invited in someone's car with hitchhiking. The guy started doing jumps on the streets. Okay, what does it say? Sound waves don't go through mushrooms, right? Oh, that's solid. Okay, got it.
Croc.
Lich with the 69 months. Nice. Mushroom seeds, G cubed, great green glowing and growing. 100 pieces. Great green glowing, steps for planting. Dig hole underwater. Drop in seed, undig hole. Steps for picking. Put on safety gloves, pull out, don't snack on. Okay, so they don't hurt you, per se. You just can't stay in them too long. God damn, that one little shaft of light was fucking with me. No! No! God damn it! How far back? How far back? Good. God damn, no! Okay. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me! Oh, okay. Ah, no! Oh, come on. Did I get a checkpoint at least? Ah, fuck. It sucks when they're behind you off screen. Fucking God! So cheap! Oh my fucking lord. Okay. Oh, it's a save right there. I hit that fucking like little like hidey spot. I was seriously, I had to be like unbelievably close. Well, okay. Sure. Into the abyss. Oh. Oh, Mega Man. I passed a collectible. Is it up at the top? Is it past here? Or is it down in the abyss? Okay. There we go. Mecha Shark, important operation notes. Please read of skim. What? Light button, better than nothing. Eyes, not really eyes, they look cool. Sonar, do not use even if useful to detect annoying creatures. See fun button. Jaws, big and scary. Could be a cool movie name. Not left fin, turn to not left. Left fin, turn to left. No idea what this is. Fun, press to fire missiles out of mouth. Not anatomically correct, but fun. Brake light, safety first. Tail to help go faster. Oh, read or skim? Okay. Paler, what up, Paler? With the fucking 11 months, dude. Thank you. And there's Brewmaster Beach with a gift of sub to Octopimp. Man, this part is a pain in the ass. Yo, Brewmaster Beach with 20 gifted subs. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Brewmaster Beach, gifting out 20 subs to Heretic Eric Testicles, Jewel Courtright, the adorable Luna, Sensatious 010, Barnaby Wild, Mr. Toombs, Pingaze, Fresh Butter, Super Nintendo Chalmers, Ragey 2004, Stithless, Elakuma Noctis, Ryan Cassidy, Atreus, Vendetta Ears, Fred Burkhoff, Lacey Powers, Lady Zaz, and Pop ESP.
Hail, Berserkers!
Thank you much, Beej. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, you got your VIP badge, you're good? Yeah. Oh, there's a save. Nice. Oh God, no, please! What the fuck are you? Oh, anglerfish, are you kidding me? Okay. Wait, what? I didn't think I could get in there. I thought I was safe in there. Seriously, this community's like a home to me. Wi-Fi's pretty cool, but man. Get in there. What the fuck? Oh, he goes around the back? Wait, he can use the third dimension? Fuck, he can move in 3D and restricted to 2. That sucks. I don't even know where the fuck to go. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, there's a big one coming. Go! We made it! Well, how the fuck was I gonna know that was gonna happen? No, oh no. Very pretty though, if nothing else. Fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, that shit's super long. That shit doesn't need to be that long. And fast. Oh, we made it! Let's go. Hell yeah, 20 from Karangor. Thank you, Karangor. Okay, 20 gifted subs also from Karangor just now. Going out to Messes Lore, Max Curie, Wolfman, Strumwoff, Busy D, Piss Take and a Half. Great name. Bluebeard, Chameleon Q, Green Beast Raz, Wilkin, GTI VR, fuck, I don't know, 695, Big Juicy for you, Brackish Warrior, Beefy Jaguar, Line Noise, Grabbles, Wicked Wolf, Sir Carrot Cake, Faz Wonder, and Janid or J-Nide Tiger. J-Nide Tiger.
Hail, Berserker!
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Karangor. That was a big fat miss. I really hope we could drive the shark submarine. I don't think so, though. Boom. That was violent. Boop. Oh, we don't. We get to drive this, though. How do you... Metal Gear? How do you do, fellow humans? E-Toes, how to guide your easy to operate exosuit. The E-Toes is so simple to operate, even a human could do it. You don't really need this guy, but we are scientists, so we have a need to document everything. Open helmet, sit in suit, push middle level forward to move backward or pull back to go forward. Use left lever to operate right arm. Use right lever to operate left arm. This is to confuse humans and show them we are superior. Important note, Etos is equipped with a microphone, so in the abyss, no one can hear you scream because screaming is bad for morale. Oh my God. Okay, nothing but walking in this suit. I can't shoot ink, I can't... no camouflage, no jumping. I can go act though. Act! Act, 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 act! Yeah, the music goes with the footsteps. Yep, you just push it with your face. Wow, it's hard to slow down though. God, it's really hard to slow down, fuck's sake. I'm just waiting to see if something comes through and hits me or not. It seems like that's like a golf cart would come through. And now I'm clean. You can go. Oh, that's a good way to stop. Manners cost nothing, and manners maketh man. You know what happens if I don't greet him? Well, there you go. That's what happens. Found out real quick. Oh, this is gonna be fun. No! Go, 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 go. You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go. Uh-oh. Yep. Damn it. They 2 in a row me. Shit, fuck! I knew that was gonna come too fast. God damn it. I knew that was gonna come too fast. That's what she said. Nope, I'm gonna make it. Ah, gambled and lost. One, two. Fuck me. Holy shit. Oh, rule number 57, your wrench is your best weapon, so take care of it. Objects to bring back from Earth. Forbidden objects. No boots, soda, rubber duckies, I don't know what that one is. Brains, pants, cows, pigeons, cheese, hot dogs. No, it's very much like MIB headquarters, yeah? Totally. Welcome to the Men in Black. The last suit you'll ever wear. Yeah, that's terrible. There we go. Oh, stop! No, no! God damn it! There is a way to get, it looks like there's a way to get up there. You know the difference between you and me is? I make this look weird. I'm just gonna, no, you guys go ahead. I'll just wait for the next one. Well, fuck. Oh, there's a button. Okay. Jesus, stop! Just stop and wave! Stop and wave, bro! Yeah, I'm wondering what the optional path was. Or if you could just go if you could just go both ways. Aha! There we go. There's the collectible. Be the first to join the secret Earth invasion. Here are the reasons to join Invasion of Earth. Earthlings are easy to defeat, silly, and fun to watch. Join Invasion early to claim best spots. The pollution smells good to us. Earth people are easy to fool. The planet will thank us for taking over. Help us save Earth from Earthlings. Hurry, seats are filling up fast. Disclaimer, company does not guarantee successful invasion. Sign up now and get a free death ray. Quantities limited. Both ways go to the same place. One route is harder. I figured. Did I go the easier route or the harder route? Hold on. We got someone barking. Oh, I went the easier route? Okay. Okay, I gotta go see what's up. Hold on. think it was probably just the mailman. Mailman, garbage man, something. Gotta let the whole house know that we're being attacked. Oh, thankfully I'm in a spacesuit. Well, you guys have a good day. See you later. Work, 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 work. I'm gonna go to the stock market. I'm gonna do a business. Okay, base map, got it. Food, transportation, science, brain academy, nuclear, movies, stargazing, and punching. Okay. I am a big brain. I am the greatest! Now I will leave the earth for no reason! We're gonna hit those camera's eyes with the ink shots. I tried and I don't know if I have a long enough range for those. Oh, it is Punch Academy. They switched up their shit. Dude, some of this is so fucking Metal Gear. Like that part, the lockers. I wonder if there's a nudie pic that I can knock on and set off the pervert alert. Winner's Cup. Oh, God, I got to get this done in 3 minutes. Shit. No! God damn it. American Ninja Octopus. No, I gotta do this. I don't want to go down there yet. Boo! They say boo! Fuck. Oh, that's a ladder. Okay. Another ladder. God damn it. Oh, okay. No! Oh, yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. Okay. Don't you do that! Oh my god, okay. Oh, okay. They're bouncies. Did I just fail at the last thing? Oh, they do give you 3 minutes, so they might give you time to screw up. They do. Okay, they do. All right, who was helping me before? It was Ducky something. Ducky. Since you seem to know, is there something at the bottom I need to get, or can I just move on? It just takes you back to rerun it. That's it. Okay. No, I was just wondering if there was a collectible down there. collectible. It's right there. Is there best UFO? Is there something? Is the best UFO? Oh, is the best U food? Is the best UFO U food? Oh, okay. U food is the best. Oh, okay. Just a weird way to put it on the trophy. Oh, you can press X to read it. Well, shit. I did a trophy. Now this is pretty nifty, War. The cool trophy signifies that you are quick-witted and even quicker with your feet, fingers, tentacles, or whatever you use. You've completed an assault course in record time. Oh. I got a new skin? Oh my god, fuck yeah, let's go cow. I'm a cow! Moo. Moo. Nope, missed it. There we go. Upsy daisies. Oh, you can just, okay. Yeah, okay, that was close. There's a shaft. Oh, that's not a shaft of light. That's not a shaft of light. Yep. Oh, I can just... Nope, I can't bust through those. Oh, I can go through those. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Fuck, come on! Okay. There was a checkpoint. Okay. I guess I flew into the rotor. You flipping twit. There we go. There we go. In the middle. Okay. Why would I use cushions when I got speed and ink on my side? Howie 98, 91.
Are you squidding me, Zika?
Are you fucking squidding me right now? And there we go. Well, hell yeah. Yep, all the aliens drowned to death. All the karate aliens are dead. Really weird science. I'm in the collector's house in nowhere. Magnificent! I gotta get it up to level designers, man. That's pretty neat. Like, all these levels have been pretty clever and cool. Marnik. Boing. Don't mind me, I'm just a cow. I'm just a cow. I promise I'm a cow. Don't have a cow, man. Oh. Friend, dad, brother, sister, I don't know, mom. I don't fucking know. Pray to get out. What? How did I do that? Okay. Okay. Wait, what?
I did it's happening.
Thank you, Joe Beezer with a hundo. Oh shit, you made it, dude. Do you have a game there, Joe? Let's see. J-K-J-O-E. There we go. And it's capital J O-E-B-E-Z-E-R. Joe Beezer. There you go, buddy. You got the Hondo. Have you played 100 Line Defense Academy? No, I've never heard of it. Fuck is that? 100 Line. Wait, where is it? Where? There you go. 100 Line line. Oh, the 100 Line. Okay. The 100 Line Last Defense Academy. Okay. And it's on Steam? No, I've never even heard of it, man. Do you have a particular day, date or day of the week that you would like that played? Wednesdays? Okay. Oops. That's all right. Okay. You're in there. Okay. Oh, I have to be close to switch. Oh, I can't. Okay. I had to push the button for the cage to come over, so I have to do something here to get over there. Okay. Get. Oh my God. No. This way. Need to head up preferably on Blue Sky. Is it cool if I hit you up in a Twitch Whisper? That works? Okay, cool. Darkest Dungeon is 69% off. Should you pull the trigger? You should have pulled the trigger a long time ago on that fucking gem. I'm ashamed of you. Should have had that already. Oh, well, either one. Both are good. Both have merit. Darkest Dungeon 1 is its own like special thing, but yeah, either one is good. I like how the mad scientists are really mad. I broke my desk. I'm guessing you're talking about a Trojan. I had a glass top desk. Oh, what did I break? Oh, I had a little like side table thing that I broke with my hammer. What you beating on there, Zeke? Glass top desk. Do you still have that collection of butt plugs? Yeah, in a drawer somewhere. Definitely not up my butt at the moment. Definitely not up my butt. The whole collection? In a row? I'm free! Are you free? Freedom! Wait, you can move in the third dimension. Teach me before you go! Damn it! After seeing this game, I kind of understand why those Japanese women let these creatures inside them. Oh, Scotty. Oh, Scotty, what are you watching? Oh, and I broke several things playing Darkest Dungeon 1. Yeah, I think it's claimed the life of many peripherals. Oh, fuck, the anglerfish is back. I knew it. God, I knew it. Son of a... Well, and the moray is back as well. Shit, I didn't see it till it was too late. God damn it. I don't know where to go. It doesn't help that I don't know where to go. Yeah, see, the ink doesn't hide me from that dude. He's blind anyways. Or at least he looks blind. Okay. So that eel's got a fucking good distance on his eyesight there. That's it right there. Okay. Not there. Okay. I'm assuming I have to get close to the guy. Oh, Jesus. I didn't know they came up out of the water. Okay. That's all we had to do. HQ or bust. That is not the way the Earth is. That's upside down. How dare you?
Gentlemen, you can't fight in
You can't fight in here.
This is
the war room. Great joke. Yeah, that's far too far. To this day, I don't know what those two birds were singing about. Huh. I'm looking for something I need to shut off in here, maybe? I don't see anything. No buttons or nothing. What do you got for me? Oh, must be something useful in the previous room. Okay, thanks. Oh, wait. not all the way the fuck back here, surely. Oh, fuck, they put me here anyways. God damn it. I'll get there. I'll get there. Well, I mean, I don't have that many tools at my disposal here. Oh, I gotta crawl up the wall from this side. Fuck's sake, dude. I had to give it one more nudge. Just one more nudge. Just a little nudge. Then I didn't give it enough nudge. Oh, fuck. Okay. Took me a minute. Obviously. You were here. You saw how many minutes it took me. Several minutes. Caught that one in the air, dude. That was a good shot. Yeah, I didn't even look to see, like, this is a diorama of the, oh yeah, this is their plans. They're gonna just zap all the buildings and shit. Man, they got like a supercomputer in here. It's the Whopper. Yep, that's how you know it's a science fiction game or a game with aliens. You got the theremin going. Or not, is it the theremin? I think that's right. Oh shit, I haven't done it yet this game. Yeah, come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs. Now I know what a TV dinner feels like. Hey, this ain't even my jurisdiction. The battle to free Earth from humans. Join Snake Jones or John Snake Jones versus the silly, stupid, stinking humans from Earth. Story by John Snake, produced by John Boss, directed by John Direct, screenplay by John Ryder, John B. Boss production. Something by John Say. Written by John Wright, music by John Sound. Oh, okay. Bud is sitting here ever so nicely, ever so politely. Look at my gentleman. Look at my lovely gentleman. He is here. Sitting ever so politely, asking Dad that if we can go outside. So that's what we're gonna do. We haven't been out in a minute, so let's take a short break and we'll come back and we'll finish. Finish? I don't fucking know. Playoffs? We'll be right back. All right, you like those be right back screens? They're so good, right? They're really, really good. All right, y'all. Let's get back into it. Love them. I love them. I'm so appreciative that you guys do that. Always have something to put on Twitter. As long as I give you a heads up, usually I have at least one of them to put on Twitter. And Blue Sky for the going live announcements. Oh, non-stick walls, huh? Okay, sure. So they got American Gothic. They've got the self-portrait of Van Gogh, or Van Gogh, whatever. I don't know this one, the general. I'm not sure about that one. The Japanese one I've seen, but I don't know the name of it. You got the Mona Lisa, Napoleon crossing the something something. He's petting a rat. Wait a minute, he's flooding his entire operation? What the fuck was he thinking?
Next time, Gadget. Next time, Octopus. Next time.
Finding the light. Okay, so that's all blocked off. Oh, fuck, escape sequence. Oh, Jesus. Oh, thank you, pinup lover. I'm glad you like her. Like them. There's a boy and a girl. Well. Aha, okay. No. Oh, shit on me. Okay, good. The debris was in the way. I didn't even see the drill. Yo, Vincent gifting a sub to Dr. Claw is here. And to go 1, 2, 3 attack. Oh, I snuck under it. Oh, come on, dude. Ah, you fucking son of a bitch. Oh my god, I'm too good of a gamer. I beat it this time. I beat the cycle. There's a checky. There's a checky point. Oh, you fucking boulder bitch. You fucking boulder bitch. Oh no, there's one. Oh god. Okay, okay, I can bump him. I can bump him. I didn't realize. Hey, dad or mom or brother, best friend. Hi, tentacle. All right, hold on. Sorry. Sorry, people are on ad break, and this is a part probably they want to watch, I'm guessing. So give it a minute. We'll pause it. There you go. Got a lot of eye boogies in this dog's eye. Lot of boogies, buddy. Are you saying you'd rather watch the ads of Trident than this stream? Order pizza and stay in, Pete. Order pizza, stay in. Kick off your shoes, relax your socks. All right, ads are over. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm going to their HQ and I'm going to fuck them up, dude. Or not. Oh, really? Okay. No, I thought there was going to be like a epic boss fight, not just an escape sequence. But it said ... so I'm not sure what that means. There might be something like after the sequence, after the credits. Yeah, I really wonder what the end of like the end ... means. You unlocked hard mode? Is there a hard mode? That'd be great. That'd be cool. And I think I got like 16 or maybe 15 of 20 of the collectibles or whatever. Secret ending if you can find all the octopus porn woodcuts hidden throughout the levels. Yeah, the entire experience was very solid all the way through. I just wish there was a more climactic climax, I guess. If I had one complaint. Thumbs up or thumbs up. Tentacle up? No, they have legs. Right? Hands or legs? Whatever they're called. Okay. No after credit sequence. What is this? Oh, I got a new skin. Tiger skin! Wait a minute. There's a locked skin and it won't tell me how to get it? Okay, so yeah, out of 20 I got 24. So I missed 6 of them. There's that goddamn locked skin. I just wish I could, like, I wish they gave me an idea of what I need for that. All right, let's see what the achievements are here. $14 of 20 achievements. Oh, the discoveries. I missed 15 and there's 20. Okay. Avoid being spotted throughout the entire courtyard. Avoid being spotted throughout the entire offices. Unlock all achievements, of course. And then what's this mystery one? Shoot ink to Steven the Seagull. His name is Steven Seagull. Of course, of course. Oh, what was the game? Oh, hold on a second. I was playing... Oh, that's right. System Shock 2. I was going to, watch the speedrun of that. All right. I think we gotta give a clap for the game. Took me 5.5 hours to complete it. Probably less for anyone who's better at video games than I am. But it was a fun experience, man. A very fun experience. Let's see here. There we go. World record, 19 minutes, 56 seconds. Okay. Oh, Blood Thunder. I know Blood Thunder. I mean, I know of them from GDQs and whatnot. This was 7 months ago. Okay. Oops. Let me change the headline here. We're just chatting. I do watch him here and on Twitch. Yeah. Apparently, I mean, 7 months ago. I don't know if that's current, but we'll watch that one because Blood Thunder's he's a great commentator and good dude. Not too bombastic like me. For funsies, since we finished it. Okay, there we go. All right. Now I'm just gonna chill now. Just gonna watch a cool speed run. Hopefully you guys want to stick around and watch it with me. But we finished this. Hold on. How long did it take us to finish System Shock 2 Anniversary Edition? 14.7 hours. 14.7 hours for me to finish it. And Blood Thunder does it in 21 minutes, 57 seconds. Here's the link here. Yeah, speedrun.com would have the official list, right? Sure. There we go. Oh yeah, see, any percent, 23 minutes, 25. Not everyone gets posted to speedrun.com. Yeah, see, and this one's 1956. So seems faster. I just want to see how this goes because fuck, this game was... It was a good game.
Please step into the grab shafts to proceed to the street level recruitment center.
Don't forget that tomorrow is Indie Saturday and If Then, so give me your indie game suggestions and come on out tomorrow and give sub, resub, all that shit for your chance at picking a game for me to play later this month.
we go again. Another run lost to Rickenbacker.
Rickenbacker, piece of shit.
Mind slipping away. We will guide your path over
And look, I knew it. I knew it. It felt faster if you're strafing. This is one of those games that you move faster if you're strafing.
Honestly, it's really the only thing that should be killing runs.
Fucking knew it, man.
Sifting the thoughts of treachery and disloyalty from the
But doesn't mean I want it to happen.
acts of political terrorism and corporate coercion.
Watch out. I'm getting strange readings from that radar dish outside the window. It's become unstable due to... Move! The entire sector is depressurizing and the blue vacuum shield won't last long. Get through a secure airlock before you're sucked into space. Move it!
Decompression event imminent. Please move immediately to cryo recovery B. Decompression event imminent.
Good. You've managed to get out before the whole area depressurized. I've just uploaded you some cybernetic modules. You can use them to upgrade your cybernetic
Does he use
upgrade units in this area. There are 4 types of units in the next
the psi abilities?
subsystem of your cybernetic
Did I pick the speed run weapon?
and tech. But use the modules carefully. They're hard to come by. Well done. I'm uploading some more modules. Do not waste time patting yourself on the back.
Jesus, those fucking flashbangs.
Oh, we got a crazy lane. All right, I gotta fix this.
Now on the engineering deck. Find the engine core and reset it. This will restore power to the
There we go.
I'm getting some kind of strange readings from down there. So keep your... You must move faster. Your mind cannot conceive of the stakes we are dealing with. Keep your eyes open for utility storage 4. I've laid in some supplies there. The passcode is 59004. You have not disappointed to get to deck. Transmitting...
There you go. If you want to give Blood Thunder a follow, that's who we're watching right now. Do this speed run. I've seen several of his runs during GDQs and stuff. Is he just ducking the whole time?
He's not actually stuck in the wall. Okay. Just visually. I was like, I know they can see like stuck in place. I was like, if he's actually stuck in the wall and I can't bring him with me, I'm done for the night.
I can't tell you how many speedruns I've watched that are world records where the runner is like, that's it, I'm done. Fuck this. I'm done. I'm done for the night. I'm not going to do anymore. And then they end up getting a world record. It's great. So he's leading that guy somewhere.
Off limits to all personnel. To avoid possible detention and execution, please respect the will of the many.
Oh, he's stuck half in the floor. Oh, okay. So he's not ducking or crouching. Oh, he blasts him through the door. Oh my God. Okay.
It's hard to tell when you're looking sideways. Okay.
Oh, that's funny. It's a speed run. Yeah, so all cheats are allowed, I guess. Yes, I suppose it's a cheat run. Oh, I don't think you were looking what he did, but he was also leaning at about a 45-degree angle earlier. Nice. Dude, holy skippage, man. Yeah, that door clip, holy fuck, that lets you skip so much shit.
Good work. The engine core is now back online. Now get to the elevator and come see me on deck 4. While you were doing that, I've discovered the presence of some analyte artifacts on board the ship.
Oh, did you see he has like chemicals in his inventory, so he is gonna research something.
Oh, the biggest deal in the world.
Damn, something's blocking the shaft, and the elevator can't reach deck 4. I'm attempting to determine. I'm detecting massive quantities of some kind of biomaterial that's plugging up the elevator shaft.
Oh,
The environment.
pretty nice.
Stop where you are. There's a vial of an experimental material called Toxin A. It was developed by the Psi staff to reduce the growth of the aliens, but I can't find any data on how you should use it.
Yeah, dude, I'm that's why I love speedruns, man. I just watch them and just get mesmerized. I'm just like, how do you do that? How do you do that? Research.
Potential threat detected. Potential threat detected.
Oh, doing a manipulation. Some sort of manipulation.
Okay, the vials of toxin A need to be placed directly into the environmental regulators. There should be 4 on this deck. If you can
Yep, duplication. Duplicating vials in his inventory.
growth of those despicable creatures, that should remove the biomatter from the elevator shaft.
Your suffering will end.
Good. You'll notice that the biomatter on the walls and in the elevator shaft has been impacted by the introduction of the biotoxin. Now do the same with the other 3 regulators.
God damn it, look at that fucking movement speed. Oh, I will do, Robo Blake.
Please report any alert.
Jackbox gone? All right, brother. Have a good night.
Remember,
Okay.
The monkeys are terrifying at floor level. I know, right? They're way scarier when you're eye to eye with them.
Schmoovin', we're schmoovin'.
Why do you go so slowly? Do you think this is some kind of game? It is only through luck and
He can't even move fast enough for Shodan. He is speedrunning this game. Why are you moving so slowly?
potential threat.
Or I guess it's not Shodan yet, is it? We still think it's that the human doctor. Oh, what did you just pick up? Oh, the first playthrough tag is misspelled? That doesn't surprise me. Oh, it's first playthrough. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna remove the tag. It's bad, yep, okay.
This is Xerxes. Why do you let the Metal Mother guide your actions? Why do you not join the glory?
Cause Shodan is bae. Oh, he got the teleport spell. The mark and recall spell of this game. That's that spell he got, okay. That definitely helped with the speedrun for sure.
Agility activated.
My creation has run rampant. I demand their extermination.
But we will not allow him to be destroyed.
Doesn't even bother taking the train, just gets off and gets in front of it. Oh, that's great.
The machine mother told us of the planet of her birth. The machine mother told us of the planet of her. The machine mother told us of.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's too early.
The machine mother told us of the planet of her birth.
We know
Cool.
this place.
Yep, just right through the wall. No problem. Oh, now regular height. Okay.
Not right away, but that's fine.
Oh my God, you skipped so much shit.
So are we?
That skips so much of the game just right there. Didn't have to do the oh God, that one section, the last stop on the.
Good. You have destroyed the first of the eggs.
Oh, he still has to kill all the eggs though. No skip for that.
This is Captain William Diego. There's a much time second must listen. But have the unique advantage of seeing this whole situation from every imaginable.
I don't know.
Until recently, I was a pawn of those vile and disgusting creatures.
How much I like this route. Oh, mouse slip.
Load in the Mason acceleration coil. There is another.
Jesus, doesn't even need to do the platform.
You have not disappointed me. Transmitting.
Yo, clean.
Been there, but I have.
God mud bug? Nope.
Proceed to engine SLB. 10 eggs.
This was 14 hours in for me right here. In 12 minutes.
We are currently using it.
Now, everyone learns at their own pace, big guy. I like it when people call me big guy. It's better than fatso or fat ass or dumb shit, you know. Big guy.
And you chose the vacuum.
They also did not fix the ladders.
The ladders are a little ridiculous. The vaulting is the worst, though. Dude, just does cryo all the way through, man. Doesn't even worry about guns. At least, not yet. I think he picked up some grenade rounds earlier.
Remains. Insect. Are you always this slow?
Are you always this slow?
Good work. Here are some more cyber modules. Spend them wisely. They're not easy to locate.
See? Fucking mantling is so stupid in this fucking game.
Move.
Children of flesh. Why not join with us?
I think we should be fine on stuff. Hello? Why am I stuck on everything? These guys don't have huge hitboxes. Let me go. Please. I got a speed run to do.
You've destroyed all the eggs. Now, get to the bridge.
Here is some more upgrade module.
Oh, set a teleport point there. And then... Oh, God, what are you doing?
Get off of it. Damn.
Gonna do a clip.
Got my hopes up.
Oh, just the floor clip. Oh, just clip in the floor. Okay. Oh, that's right. I was like, what did he do? Oh, that's right. This is upside down level.
Now I just hope the game doesn't crash in next level. Fuck these ladders, actually. Hashtag fuck ladders.
Yeah, they're bad.
Jesus Christ.
They're not good. They're not great.
I've then completed you with cyber.
All my homies.
He also
hate
speedruns
ladders.
Prey. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well done. I'm uploading.
Hold where you are, irritant. The annelids have
Oh, I want to see him go through the fucking butthole of space. This fucking, the worst fucking level in the whole game. This place sucks ass. I hope he fucking just cheats it all the way to the end.
even I cannot maintain contact. You are on your own, human. Filthy thought.
What do you get stuck on here? Is it really like the enemy? I don't know. I don't. Maybe I should just teleport out of here. Go back the other way. Something. I don't know. Run arounds. Yeah. Honestly, teleport probably is the smart thing to do. Holy. It's annoying. Okay, I'm gonna get past the first part of the swimming before I get stuck on more collision.
The machine mother cannot help you inside the biomass. The coldness is not welcome within the warmth of our
Alright, we didn't crash.
With no thought of compassion. You seek your associates, but you cannot find them.
Get out of the way, 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 out of the way. Bad cycle.
Did you get how the hive mind came to be, annelids and shit? Maybe not. Probably not.
It's a nice little landing.
We feel you.
Okay, I got 3 more. Yep.
The sensation is repulsive. The end is near.
Soon you shall see.
On System Shock 1, you detach those bio things. Dad! See? It happens to speedrunners too!
Those are not where they say they are at all. I was so far off.
Fucking steam vents. I fucking hate those things.
I just want this to be sub 20 so I can be done with this. Move, 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 move.
Man, he was saying the same things I was.
Oh, fuck off. Go. Yeah, reload that, okay.
She is a stranger to everything we cherish.
Just re-up on everything.
Agility activated.
Thank you for running my errands, puppet. I know you have
struggled, but I never had any intention.
Oh, fuck you, game. Let me clip out of this.
Are you fucking kidding me? Just skip that entire part and just
8 seconds, right?
Dumped on Shodan.
I don't care if it's sloppy at the end. Alright, fuck it.
Hell.
Remaster's dead.
Wow.
We're out. Sub 20.
Just
GG.
shit on her. Just fucking clipped into the wall and shit on
Go for it.
Shodan.
Have fun.
Wow. That was cool, man. That was a cool speedrun. All right. Yeah, if you guys want to check that out, check out the channel and check out the... I put the link in the chat, I'm pretty sure. For the... What speed? Much wow. There it is. Yeah, if you want to check it out yourself, there it is. All right, I'm out of here. Tomorrow is Indie Saturday, so give me your indie games, your indie game suggestions. I'll make a whole thing tonight, and I will also be doing If Then tomorrow. So if you bring out your gift subs, resubs, all that shit, you'll be entered in to pick a game for me to play later on this month. So hope to see you there tomorrow. But for now, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go take a nap. I feel like napping. I'm gonna have a nap.
Until next time, y'all, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.